и до нас да не гони. И ако може малко по-далече. Тези лица ще се качват и слизат, така ли? Ами, аз съм преводача, не би трябвало да казвам, но тук би трябвало.
Това е само за преводач.
Да. Значи те ще се качват и ще слизат.
Ами нямам сценарий, как се качва.
Да не вземат да останат тук. Или може би ще останат тук. И някой само ще идва отпред.
Как да ви кажа, като не знам.
А кой знае?
Някой от организаторите, който ви...
Аз имам нещо като сценарий, който е такова, но все пак не знам. Просто искам да е малко по-далече, защото все пак метър и половина.
Така, добре.
Добре. Мисълта ми...
Колегата да не, защото си тук точно под говорите.
Ами да, разбирам.
Ама то няма как по друг начин.
Ами другия начин е да отиде там, ама то пък ще бъде много централно.
Може там се наредят.
Тоест те ще се наредят тук и всеки ще идва и ще се връща. Добре.
Dear Mr. President of Republic of Bulgaria, dear Mr. District Governor of Plovdiv District, dear Ms. President of Economic and Social Council of Republic of Bulgaria, dear guests, welcome to the 9th European Forum on Social Entrepreneurship. I have the pleasure of welcoming here representatives of the European Commission and European institutions. Well, here the Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Maria Gabriel, Mr. Stanishev, President of PES, MEP in the Group of Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in EP, Vice Chair of EP Committee on European Affairs, Mr. Giuseppe Guerini, European Confederation of Industrial and Service Cooperatives. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this is a very noble initiative, social entrepreneurship. It was developed firstly for the disabled people. For 10 years, it succeeded in evolving into a much larger forum. Definitely, the union, National Union of Producers and Workers Cooperatives, the Disabilities Cooperatives, union associations, including the employers' organizations, contributed significantly. Thanks to them, social economy became obvious, visible, and productive. Unfortunately, the COVID crisis imposed postponement of the forum last year. Currently, we are using modern technologies in order to make sure that we get in touch with all of you interested in the forum. The perspectives of the social entrepreneurship development will be discussed in various sessions. The topics are all included in the program, the agenda. We are looking forward to the virtual bridge communication between Plovdiv municipality and Brescia municipality in Italy. Each discussion panel will contribute to new ideas creation. It is very important to reach out to research in order to further move forward social entrepreneurship. Of the importance of this European Forum, we can see the proof of it in the direct involvement of the European Commission and European institutions. In fact, the European Forum for Social Entrepreneurship is a tool to the benefit of us all. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to give the floor to the President of Republic of Bulgaria, Mr. Ruman Radev. Dear hosts, organizers and guests of this important event, we often speak about sustainable development, about solidarity and fairness, about decent living, the decency of the right of labor, all those rights that our society cannot go by without. And here are the people that actually give meaning to these words. Social entrepreneurship, solidar economy, all these are the important social tool that can attract investors, can boost forward creativity of workers and entrepreneurs. It allows for employment of people that need to feel decent members of society. They can develop their potential instead of relying on social aid. Social entrepreneurship is an important tool in decreasing social inequalities. We are aware of what has been going on in the recent years. The discrepancy between the income levels of the poorest and the richest in the country, and this is raising concerns. Social entrepreneurship is the step forward to combat this negative trend in our society and focus on some important policies in the social area and in the economy. To focus on positive examples in the area of pension insurance and social insurance, making sure that Bulgarian pensioners will move up over the poverty level. And this happened with the support of the Bulgarian parliament. This forum, in fact, drives the way forward. I like to extend my gratitude to the National Union of Producer and Worker Cooperatives for its commitment and to the 8th nationally represented disability organizations. The Bulgarian Union has long-standing traditions, and thanks to it, and as president, thanks to our cooperative movement, this European Forum for Social Entrepreneurship became a possibility. Cooperation, collaboration, good management, social commitment, these are principles not rooting the cooperative movement, but something that needs to drive us towards overcoming the crisis, the social and economic crisis. This is part of the UN development goals. With their commitment, we believe that we can reinforce the social pillar. I would like to extend my gratitude to all representatives of local authorities that recognize that the socially committed economy, the social economy, is of crucial importance to tackle the existing regional imbalances. Thank you very much. Finally, I would like to wish you all a very active, constructive, and successful dialogue so as to have actual outcomes to resolve and overcome the dire social issues, and have Bulgaria move towards a decent future, providing high quality and living standards. Thank you very much. Wish you all success.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your nice and useful. And I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Kristov, who is the Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Policy. Esteemed Mr. President, dear ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, I would like, on behalf of the Minister, Mr. Gerald Donov, address you with gratitude for your cooperative partnership, for the work we do together in the name of a significant portion of our society. This has always been a priority in the work of the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, and I can assure you it will continue to be so, because today, when we congratulate ourselves that Plovdiv for the 10th time is the capital of the social entrepreneurship event, it comes as a result of the ambition and energy we invested, and God bless our colleague, the late Mr. Borsopov. And although today's forum is a little bit more different to which we have been present, I attended but one of these fora. It brings us together on the basis of values we share, which are the fundaments of the European social material. It's very important that we all go ahead together, nobody to lag behind. And this is the role of social economy. In this role is based on the efforts of everybody, on the NGO sector, on the municipalities, which I'm extending my gratitude because they're mayors and deputy mayors, as well to the state, as well as the state who has the role of regulate and encourage more and more the participant to get included into social and solidarity economics. For many thinkers, social and solidarity economic is the future. It's not digitalization, it's not automatization, not robotization, but this will give the chance of people to belong to the process, to be a part of it, which enables them not only to develop, but to make them focus in one and the same direction. And this is to have equal chances to all and for every one of us. I would like to tell you, dear ladies and gentlemen, that not only now and the ministry will support social enterprises, but we will work directly to assist the creation of jobs, to support the income of people busy in social economy, and in the period 2021-2027 to create more new social enterprises. I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you who, by participating in all procedures and projects, have created for the past 4 years over 5,000 jobs for people with disabilities. I would like to assure you that the ambitions we are setting are even bigger for the future, but it will not be possible to happen without your energy, your knowledge, and the efforts which you are deploying each and every day. Because today Bulgarian social enterprises are offering the best they're able to do, which is the result of a whole year relentless labor. Dear gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, within this caretaker government, we made another important step in participation, and this is our joining the Luxembourg delegation, which made Bulgaria to be a regular member. And as it has been delayed for 3 years, the caretaker government made this decision, and the government, impersonated by the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, applied to be hosting the next meeting of the committee in 2023, and I hope that the next edition of Social Entrepreneurship Forum we will be able to meet and greet friends and colleagues from other European countries who will take part in this platform, because it's outlining the directions of the future policies. Thank you very much for your attention. Good luck. Thank you, Mr. Krastov. Mr. Georgi Titukov, Deputy Mayor of Plovdiv Municipality, will speak. Dear Mr. President, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, deputy ministers, esteemed Mr. District Governor, all those who have embraced the cause of social entrepreneurship. I would like, on behalf of the mayor of Plovdiv municipality, Mr. Zdravko Dimitrov, I would like to welcome you for the 10th consecutive town to our beautiful ancient city of Plovdiv. It's no secret that the municipality of Plovdiv is one of the best developed infrastructure, has one of the best developed infrastructures in Bulgaria, and I avail myself of this opportunity to thank the Fair of Plovdiv, the Ministry of Social Policy, Labour and Social Policy, and all the institutions which supported us, and with their help we were able to create a social enterprise entitled Town of Plovdiv, which is progressing very well. Within specialized enterprises, people with disabilities acquire certain experience and labor habits, as well as an additional income. So maybe our next step will be employment in a traditional working environment, which will speed up the process of integration. This, along with changes in policies to stimulate people with disabilities and the transition of people into a traditional environment will entail a number of legislative amendments regarding the status on the labor market. Each municipality has to focus their intention into the offering of integrated services to people who are in need, as well in the search of new alternatives which will support them in their labor and social integration. We have to work for sustainability and high quality of social entrepreneurship, as well as recruiting more organizations in the field of social policy. We, as the municipality of Plovdiv, declare that we are doing this, and thank you for your attention. Good luck to the forum.
Thank you, Mr. Tyutyukov. Now, using the technologies, we will hear the words of Commissioner Maria Gabriel, Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. Dear Mr. President, Your Excellency, dear participants in the Forum for Social Entrepreneurship, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you on this forum that joins representatives of business institutions and social entrepreneurs from Bulgaria and Europe. Partnership is a value. This value allows us to work towards a fairer social economy that helps us respond to today's challenges, recovery from the pandemic and the double transition, green and digital. Social economy and social entrepreneurship still remain underappreciated, but in Europe we have over 2.8 million social economy enterprises that account for 6.3 jobs in EU. Together, we create millions jobs from agriculture to banking, from healthcare to education. We are joined by the idea of having an economy that benefits people. We want more sustainable, more innovative, and more inclusive society. These priorities stand high in the political agenda of EU, together with the initiative and the programs in my portfolio. For the first time, it is possible to join the policies in the area of science, education, innovation, and direct them to the benefit of people. We have the tools for that. With my team, we succeeded in securing a 30% increase in Horizon Europe, 95.5 billion euro as compared to the previous one. This program, together with the other EU initiatives, will contribute to more effective tackling the challenges of sustainable recovery after COVID-19 crisis, of the green and ecological transition, green transition. These challenges require skills, IT skills. Today, 90% of jobs requires digital skills. At the same time, only 42% of the adult population does not have any. Indeed, skills are the largest challenge. We need social entrepreneurs in order to address suitably these and adequately these challenges. The European Pillar of Social Rights encompasses ambitions targets in the area of the employment skills and social protection. First, we want 80% of the people in the active age to be IT literate up to 2030. Secondly, 60% of those people to be vocationally trained. This was welcomed by the EU leader on the Porto Social Summit and the European Council in June. Everyone involved in the business needs to support requalification and upskilling and reskilling. We have a digital education action plan along with the Long Life Learning initiative. Then, together with Digital Education Hub and the network of national digital centers, we intend to encompass all education and training providers. Along with that, Erasmus Plus offers various opportunities for mobility and cooperation in the area of training and education. We intend to set up 50 centers of excellence in the area of vocational trainings. We have 41 alliances composed of 280 universities with 5 from Bulgaria. We are in the process of preparing numerous specific measures. The European Academy for Teachers. But how can we support social entrepreneurship in practice? First, the European Commission intends to have an action plan in social economy up to the end of this year. Our priorities is to support all stakeholders via measures to simulate social economy, providing them a framework conditions and improving the access to public and private financing. Secondly, we continue to support via the tools of the Horizon Europe. Our ambition is the European Innovations Council with a budget for 10 billion euros to become a unicorn factory, including in the area of social entrepreneurship. So here the activity of EIC will be supported, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. We intend to stimulate promotion of the best practices and promote cooperation. Along with that, we'll have the European Innovation Ecosystem component will come as an addition. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my gratitude for your commitment. You can rely on my support. We have numerous initiatives, the action plan in digital education, the European Skills Program, Horizon Europe, Erasmus Plus, Digital Europe, and I believe that this forum is the place where we can exchange ideas, share good practices, thus contributing to the successful development of social entrepreneurship. I wish you successful these debates.
Address of Mr. Sergei Stanishev, who is Deputy Chair of the Foreign Affairs Commission in the European Committee, President of the Party of European Socialists. Dear ladies and gentlemen, would you please allow me on behalf of the Party of European Socialists to address you with our greeting to your forum, especially to the main organizers belonging to the National Union of Worker and Producers Cooperative, as well as to the Bulgarian government, the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, the European Commission, which supported the initiative. This is an extremely important initiative nowadays because we all live in an unprecedented pandemic which already for a year and a half has been creating a lot of problems, both the health for people as well as the employment market, job market, as well as the economic and social development of the whole European Union. And as it happens after each crisis, it exposed in an extremely sharp manner the inequalities and social problems in each of the countries. That's why initiative today is very important, and it is completely in synchrony with European priorities. I would say with self-confidence that European Social Democrats, as from the very first day, opened a very intensive political fight for a half response of the European Union, which to be completely different from the reaction manifested by the Union in 2008, 2009, 2010. The big difference is in the change of the paradigm of thinking. If then the leading slogan was concerning big banks, that they are too big to be left to go bankrupt, today, priority is focused on the ordinary, normal European citizen who is too small to be left to drown oneself and needs a hand to be stretched to him, as well as the states and European Commission. I can say that we won by providing a number of instruments starting with the multi-annual financial framework, going through the European Plan for Recovery, reaching concrete programs which have at their disposal opportunities in support of social initiatives. I would like to stress here the particular role of Commissioner Socialist, the group of Socialists of the European Parliament, and especially of the Commissioner in Employment and Jobs, Mr. Nicola Schmidt, who carried a very active policy with regard to member countries to succeed not only in the adoption of the European social pillar, but the carrying of a summit on the highest level in Lisbon, and to propose a European action plan. It concerns all people of labor. It concerns not only employment, the levels of payment, the quality of the workplace, the balance between employment and free time, and many other elements with specific parameters which will be monitored by the European Union. It has achieved a lot through the European Unemployment Scheme for support of the countries and unemployment people. Here fall the Youth Guarantee, the Child Guarantee, and a number of other policies for which the socialists and social democrats in the whole European Union have been fighting for years. But I would like to emphasize that solidarity is an important principle not only during a crisis, it should be a daily event in our societies if we want to be civilized communities and create conditions for people in difficult situations, covering the people with disabilities, people who are losing their jobs, including mothers and all socially vulnerable groups to get the support of the state. I remember that still in my time in office, I came across specific cases which required the intervention of the state. I remember title in newspapers, Stanishev ordered that all ministries have to hire people with disabilities. That's true. We succeeded in imposing through legislation in the labor code and law on the integration of people with disabilities to introduce quotas in administration. But life demonstrated this was not enough. That's why all organizations, be they public, NGOs, creating conditions for social entrepreneurship, have to enjoy the full support of the state and European institutions, because it's you who create the jobs for so many Bulgarian citizens who need them for their income and to get integrated. In Bulgaria, organizations and enterprises which are dealing with social entrepreneurship are about 3,000, and they hire about 30,000 people who work there. But this is just 1.6% of the labor market. But exactly this percent is extremely significant and important for the level of integration in our society and the social success of Bulgaria. That's why I wish you today a fruitful discussion and much success in the future in your noble activities.
And now, Giuseppe Guerrini, a European Confederation of Industrial and Service Cooperatives.
Dobre, I am here. Thank you very much. I am here. Can you hear me? I am Steven Braxel. I connect with Zoom and, well, estimated President Radev, distinguished authority, distinguished guest, dear friend. It is a real honor for me to participate in this opening ceremony of the 90th edition of the European Forum on Social Enterprises, representing SECOP, the European Confederation of Industrial Cooperatives, Worker Cooperatives and Social Enterprises. First of all, I would like to thank for our invitation and for very interesting opening session that put yet on the heart of issue matter for social economy organization. I am cooperator and social entrepreneur from 30 years, and I am very happy to be here in Plovdiv, also if only remotely. But I hope that in the next year we can meet in person. And your work program for this conference is very, very rich and very interesting. I think we can listen to authoritative and very interesting intervention also in the next panel and tomorrow for this conference. As member on cooperative and social economy organization, I want to underline in this brief rating that the role of the social economy is precisely to demonstrate that it is possible to think about the economy and make production by organizing solidarity and combining diversity, and to promote an equitable development and a social inclusion. This trust and commitment in the social economy has strongly characterized the activity of Stilian Balsopoulos. Wu, as you know, has long been vice president of SECOP. And for this reason, we are so strongly linked to the Plovdiv Fire and Social Economy Forum, into which our friend Stilian was the promoter and animator. This is why it's a great emotion and a great honor for me to speak here. But it's also a way to pay homage to the memory of the great cooperator, great man, from whom we have been able to learn a lot on whose legacy we must continue to work to promote the social economy, social cooperative and social enterprise in Europe and around the world. Thank you, Stilian, for your commitment. We miss a lot you, and we hope to work together to honor your memory. Thank you very much. Dobre, blagodaria.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to give the floor to Her Excellency Giuseppina Zara, Plenipotentiary Ambassador of Italy in Republic of Bulgaria.
Mr. President of the Republic of Bulgaria, Mr. Vice Ministers, Mr. Vice Mayor, Deputy Mayor of Plovdiv, Mr. Governor, dear Commissioner Gabriel, dear representatives of social enterprises, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank, first of all, Mr. Paolo Foglietti, Vice President of CONAST, and Mr. Guerini of CECOP for inviting me to take part to this event today. And I'm honored to share the floor with you. Bulgaria is a country traditionally very close to Italy by consolidated economic relations. Also, from an historical point of view, long-lasting friendship and common interests have always characterized the relations between the two countries. And as you know, in Italy, the experience and contribution of social enterprise is a backbone of the society and of the economic organizations. After joining the European Union, the bonds between Italy and Bulgaria have been deepened and strengthened, and Italy has increased its presence in the economy, establishing itself as one of Bulgaria's main and reliable commercial and investment partners. With an overall trade in 2020 of 4.0 billion euros, Italy confirmed itself as the country's fourth trading and investment partners. In the last 10 years, Italian companies in the country increased by over 300% and have reached today the number of almost 12,000 companies with Italian shares or participations, of which over 1,000 with a turnover exceeding 200,000 euro. Italian companies also contribute to the creation of over 50,000 jobs in Bulgaria. The presence of Italian companies on the Bulgarian market concerns both large, small, and medium-sized enterprises. So sincerely, I think that the Italian experience in social enterprises and the Bulgarian experience in social enterprises can really grow faster and better in the coming years. The growth of the trade between Italy and Bulgaria slowed down only in 2010-20 because of the unexpected challenge of the pandemic. The virus has tested our institutions, our economies, our societies and families. The blocking of the international travel, the restrictions on personal freedoms, and the paralysis of the economic and productive systems will leave a mark on our lives. Nevertheless, the European Union members, after the first moments of bewilderment, quickly regained unity of purpose to confront the emergency with courage, not only in front for the health, but also for the economic and social challenge. The European Union, thanks to the impressive amount of resources allocated altogether with the programs SURE, Next Generation EU and Green Deal, has managed to transform the current crisis into an extraordinary opportunity for growth and modernization for all sectors. But now we must live up to the expectations. The crisis due to the pandemic has also given us the opportunity of reflecting on our way of life, labor organization and standards. As a matter of fact, in Chinese, the ideogram for crisis is made of two sections, crisis and opportunity. So we should look at crisis also with the perspective of the opportunities, not only with the perspective of the challenge. Social enterprises have the potential to transform the socio-economic landscape, addressing some of today's major challenges: the need to promote sustainable and socially inclusive economic growth and to create new jobs. Social values were also put 2 weeks ago at the core of the State of the Union address by EU President Ursula von der Leyen, who said that it is important to implement the European Pillar of Social Rights for decent jobs, fair working conditions, better health care and good life balance. According to the experts, in order to generate development, nowadays the production of economic and social value must necessarily be kept together. The social dimension of value production, in particular, is able to generate the so-called bond value, which is considered as the value deriving from the relationships existing between subjects. The bond value, in turn, is the very responsible for boosting the changes in societies and in the economic system. Therefore, the relationship among different subjects is the key in order to generate more sustainable and inclusive economic and social development. Therefore, I am particularly glad to be here in Plovdiv today at the 9th European Forum for Social Entrepreneurship. The forum is a precious networking moment for all the actors involved in the social dimensions, and mostly for Italian cooperatives interested in deepening their collaboration and their relations with the Bulgarian social enterprises and counterparts. Thank you again for inviting me, and my sincere best wishes for this edition of the forum to all the participants. Благодаря.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a short virtual tour of the exposition of the forum.
Hostess. Today, the fair of cooperatives and enterprises in social economy steps into entirely new space, which will give us much more opportunities for supporting the social entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs from across Europe, North and South America, Africa and Asia are crossing. Together with them we are setting off to a new journey that will take us to another, better world, where we are supporting, respecting and developing each other. A world, where we believe our duty is to take care of each other, and give more than we take. A world of tomorrow, where every one of us has a future. But let's not waste time. Let's start our journey, and it starts with this. Hello. My name is Maya. It is an honor for me to introduce you the 9th European Forum on Social Entrepreneurship. We are already in the online fair, where we can see all the exhibitors. You can select a different language and continue. There are 3 halls in the online fair. The first hall is for cooperatives and enterprises from the social economy of Bulgaria. In the second hall are NGOs, organizations from the social economy of Bulgaria. Third hall are located international social enterprises and organizations. Let's enter the first hall now. Here we see different stands with exhibitors. From the entrance button we can take each of them. In each stand we can find out more about each exhibitor, what products and services it offers, as well as contact them directly. Be sure to visit all the palaces. There are many interesting participants from Bulgaria, Italy, Romania, Colombia, USA, Romania, South Korea, Cameroon and others. The best thing about the 9th European Forum on Social Entrepreneurship is that everyone has a big heart. Be sure to visit us, we are waiting for you. www.balkanfair.online.
Дами и господа, сега
Ladies and gentlemen, now there will be a ceremony for the awarding a special award for under the name of Stilian Bolosopoulos for social entrepreneurship and special merits. It's presented by the organizing committee, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Božidar Stanchev, who is the chair of the National Producers and Worker Cooperatives. Thank you very much, dear Mr. President, dear ladies and gentlemen. At a meeting of the organizing committee for the holding of the 9th Forum for Social Entrepreneurship, we made a decision to have an award which will be given for merits for the development of social entrepreneurship under the name of Mr. Stoyan Bolosopoulos in his memory and to honor his long years of involvement in social entrepreneurship in all forms. He had taken part very actively with his skills, knowledge, and prestige to bring social entrepreneurship to a much higher level. And I would like to ensure that he being a deputy chair of the European Producer and Workers Cooperative, has given his contribution as well to this forum to turn it into something on a very high level. This award will be presented to all those who with their contribution have contributed both as institutions or individuals for the progress of social entrepreneurship. Thank you, Mr. Stanchev. So, an award for the collective efforts and the merits for social entrepreneurship is awarded to the National Union of Producers and Workers Cooperatives, and Mr. Radev, the President of the Republic, will present this award.
Mr. Minchuk Orawski, Executive Director of the Agency for Disabled People, for his contribution in the inclusion of disabled people in the Bulgarian labor market. For promoting the social dialogue in Bulgaria, Professor Lalko Dulevski. Award is given by the President. Ms. Donka Mikhailova, Mayor of Troyan Town, for reinforcing local authority and promoting social entrepreneurship. Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Policy, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, it's my honor, a privilege to award the Social Entrepreneurship Award to named Stilian Belasopoulos today. The very difficult current situation, pandemic situation and economic crisis is a huge challenge, and via social entrepreneurship we will be able to provide support to disabled people. That's why those that develop social entrepreneurship need to be respected. Ms. Mayor of Troyan, being such a person, she has succeeded in developing social enterprises in a town of Troyan. So it's my pleasure to award her and hand over her this prize. Dear Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm tempted to take the floor. I accept this award named after Belasopoulos because it embodies the efforts of municipalities towards improving social status of disabled people. In fact, we are together standing along, shoulder to shoulder with them. If the Bulgarian president stands in front of disabled people, in front of those receiving awards, I believe that there is hope. Thank you for the kind words. For exceptional contribution, award is given to Ms. Violeta Antonova post-mortem. And the award is presented by the Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Policy. Long-standing partnership on the partnership and promotion of partnership between social enterprises and governmental institutions is awarded to the Plovdiv International Fair. Nadia Klisurska, Deputy Minister, is presenting the award. On behalf of Plovdiv International Fair, I can assure you that we will continue supporting and promoting this initiative. Paolo Foglietti, Deputy President and Managing Director of Consassa in Italy, for development of successful social entrepreneurship model. Mr. President, you're the president that has awarded me most often. Allow me today to share with you an idea that is directly related to our work. It is a very important memory that I still hold dear, and I cannot forget. Allow me to thank to Her Excellency Ambassador of Italy that is here today with us. We ask her to support us in our efforts to strengthen our cooperation, the cooperation between Italy and Bulgaria. Thank you very much. Thank you to all. Mr. President, dear guests, the ceremony is over. Thank you very much for your participation. All the best and have a good day.
Чуваш ли ме? Нещо, твой микрофон е проблемен, виж, че аз се чувам. А всъщност така чуваме ли се? Не. В зелено свет. И не му е на макс батерията, от мен да знаеш. То свети ли в зелено или? Това ли го нямаш, като говоря аз? Ма въобще го нямаш. Ей, аз си провери сега. Туп, 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 туп. Този работи, другия не работи. Ама въпросът е, че на него му идва на друго място. Но той го пробва, не работи. В смисъл не е свалено отгоре. На кой канал ти идва? Не, той го пробва, вече го е загасил. Еми, Кико, освен да дадеш един рестарт на еуфорията. И какво? Нищо. Еми, не е лошо тук да направим някакъв тест в даден момент. Туп-туп. Шест. На. Добре, каква е логиката при тебе да има някакъв проблем? Аз не виждам логика да е при тебе. Дай да намериме на време човека, дето цъка на плъзгачите. Сигурен си, да. А то в кой компютър е вързан? Зума да не си е решил от друго място. Еми има логика, какво ти кажа. Лю микрофон чемпион.
Ей, бе, през еуфорията минава. Това е той. Все едно кабела влиза и излиза. И влиза тук. И тук го има.
Да го има на пулта.
Да. Това е по-аналоговия, но USB-то... Че не си?
Виж къде отива. Цък. В този компютър.
Да, бе. Microphone has changed. И сега... Не това.
Ти си вътре.
Вътре съм. То е пълно из хора. И сега... Audio settings.
Не бе, чакай малко, бе, момче. Дай майка.
Еми това е.
Чакай. Мишо, дай се име систем и после го върне. Ай сега го върне. Не, сега го върне.
Компютър, USB, микрофон, USB.
Не. Пак го пусна на това. Не, какво беше? То кое е?
Това беше.
Да.
Така. И тук го има, като го дигнеш.
Ема,
Защото му подавам по този кепчер. Аз искам от тук да го взема, разбираш ли?
И се казваше тук?
Кое?
Тук как се казва? Компютър USB.
Микрофон USB аудио кодек. Така се казва. И го няма. Не. И това според мен Windows си прави...
Това ти трябва хъшо сигурно.
Така, това го гасим.
Трябва да шук нещо.
Така, микрофон това. Device Properties. Няма много Properties. Headphones там.
Когато е червено и това светва червено, микрофонът е включен, мюта е ясен.
Settings Advanced, чакай. Чупиме микрофон, USB, аудио кодек, това е. И тук казваме Participants, USB, аудио кодек, Headphones е output. Headphones. Всичко ще направим така. Headphones. Микрофон. Така. И сега.
Когато е червено, е включен.
Аз не го от еуфорията подавам тук. Ама защо не работи USB-то, брат? Не мога. Не е коректно това, което ще направим, защото ще му подавам нещо. Първи работи, защото...
Това е кабел, ето го.
Кой е кабел?
Ето този.
И сега там го няма, окей, защото еуфорията е изключена. Така, the font change to... И...
Чува се.
Не, няма лойка. Все едно USB-то не фърля.
Чакай, искаш от тук по еуфорията да изкараш?
Не изкарвам, вкарвам. Идва флора и веднъж съм си го от еуфорията съм си го прекарал тук. Него е там на 11-12.
Извършихме видеото с въргала и звука на преводачите и сме станали български звук с български субтитри.
А там е избран не си кой стрим.
Не смисъл. Тук просто сме изключени.
Раз. Уважаеми дами и господа, уважаеми колеги.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, representative of institutions, for me it's a huge pleasure to be here for a consecutive time and be part of the Forum for Social Entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship and social economy are causes, a cause which through the years, thanks to the efforts of many organizations, has succeeded in getting transformed from an idea to a working platform which offers employment and social inclusion to many people in Bulgaria. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic have affected most seriously social economy and social entrepreneurship. Today's forum is maybe as well indicative that there is only the conference part remaining. Those people are absent who traditionally could exhibit their products and be present here at this exhibition. But I believe via the contribution of today's debate, which is social economy and development, formulate ideas, raise questions, and provide solutions to topics concerning social entrepreneurship in Bulgaria. The Social and Economic Council in Bulgaria has been working for quite some time on social entrepreneurship. As early as 2011, we had projects related to social economy. As early as this summer, we made a statement which is concerning the European plan for the implementation of social rights. You know that this is part of the principle for social policy. I believe that representatives of in the Economic and Social Council, representatives of workers and labor organizations, you as representatives with people of disabilities, people who work in the sphere of social economy, we will succeed this principle of the European pillar to become a working national plan, concrete initiatives and measures in fulfillment of our common goal that people in Bulgaria live better. I hope that in today's panel we will listen to the actual problems, because COVID has only restrained people because some of these enterprises are unable to function, but because of the fact that people working in social enterprises are maybe the most vulnerable ones in our society, which are directly exposed to various difficulties, and I think that there is a lot more to be done with regard of social entrepreneurship. In Bulgaria, especially with regard of measures following the COVID crisis in order to recover and make the enterprise further working. For me, it's a special pleasure being as the first panelist in today's panel to include the Commissioner Schmidt, Commissioner of Jobs and Social Rights, a very successful commissioner, maybe one of the deans on the topics of social entrepreneurship, coordinator of the network of social economy and entrepreneurship. And I believe that what you will hear from him will be extremely positive and encouraging, so that today's forum will become indeed one of the consecutive forum which will formulate the perspectives ahead of us with regard of social economy and social entrepreneurship. I hope that Mr. Schmidt is ready to get included.
Yes. Dear Minister, dear President of the Economic and Social Council, dear participants, first I want to thank you for your kind invitation to join this event and highlight the new policies and measures to promote social economy in response. I should start again? Yeah. Highlight the EU policies and measures to promote social economy in response to the current crisis. Well, obviously, I regret very much not to be in COVID physically with you, considering the important role that the forum is playing in the promotion of social economy in Bulgaria and internationally. And I remember very well that the Bulgarian presidency of the EU in 2018 organized already an important meeting on social economy. And this meeting was already a very important opportunity to meet also actors of the very lively Bulgarian social economy sector. I enjoyed very much this meeting, and especially also the contact with the Bulgarian actors. Now, I'm pleased to see that so many decision makers and social economy actors have also gathered today to reaffirm the importance of social economy and express their commitment to its development. As you know, for the European Commission, social economy is a key driver for an inclusive and sustainable future, and this has become even more obvious during the pandemic. The President of the Commission entrusted me with the preparation of a European action plan for the social economy, and it is planned to be launched before the end of this year. With this action plan, the Commission aims further to enhance the contribution of social economy to ensuring that the recovery from the COVID-19 crisis is inclusive and sustainable, and that the green, digital and demographic transformation will be fair and not leave anyone behind. The social economy has a key role to play in the green, digital and demographic transitions. While building a fairer, more prosperous and stronger union, we need to accelerate its long-term transformation into a greener economy fit for the digital age. With the social economy, we have also a powerful tool to lead the green and digital transitions by example. And this example is very clear. It's about fairness and inclusiveness. That means also job creation, and especially job creation also for those who risk to be excluded from the labor market. For example, social enterprises active in the area of reuse and repair support the transitions towards a low-carbon and resource-efficient economy. At the same time, the circular economy provides decent jobs to people at risk of exclusion, and they train employees in circular skills. They can therefore help put into action the Commission's Circular Economy Action Plan, which is one of the main blocks of the European Green Deal. Similarly, social economy organizations can contribute to ensuring a fair digital transition. Also an example, social enterprises design and sell products that are accessible for people with disabilities and vulnerable people. They also teach digital skills to citizens and create opportunities for the digital participation of disadvantaged people. As Europe's demography is changing due to an aging population and migration, many rural areas in Europe are seeing their population decline. And in this respect, social economy should contribute to territorial cohesion, job creation, services provision, and local economic development. Care has become a major topic everywhere in Europe, especially childcare, as well as caring for the elderly and people with disability. The Commission has launched a child guarantee endorsed by Member States. Now it has to be implemented, and social enterprises and organizations have to be involved to make it a success in terms of combating child poverty and opening opportunities for all children. By empowering citizens and communities, especially at local levels and in rural areas where many social economy organizations are embedded, they can increase residential attractiveness and reduce urban or rural inequalities. This has been very well illustrated by the numerous ways in which the social economy also has contributed to cushion the impact of the COVID-19 crisis. For example, by developing support networks for people in need in their communities and offering assistance with digital education, food banks, prevention of loneliness, and action against homelessness. Despite their potential, social economy organizations are still facing several obstacles. The action plan for the social economy will aim to address them through concrete actions. In particular, there is a need to help social economy stakeholders, member states, local authorities, and operators to build enabling social economy ecosystems. And to this aim, the EU will encourage and support national and regional authorities to adopt legal and policy frameworks adapted to the needs of social economy. By the way, together with Commissioner Breton, there is the creation of, among 14 other ecosystems, social economy has been also recognized formally as an ecosystem for its own. And there are constant contacts with these ecosystems and its representatives. Social economy stakeholders also need access to public and private finance across the EU. And here also we can do more. Since 2014, a range of funding instruments has been put in place and have often made a difference on the ground. However, the reality is that social economy organizations and social enterprises still have difficulties accessing the right finance, the appropriate financing. The Member States and the EU have important funding instruments at their disposal, such as the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the European Social Fund Plus, and InvestEU. These instruments need to be better known and made more accessible by social economy stakeholders. We need to make better use of the possibilities offered by existing EU rules to use public procurement to pursue social objectives. Contracts can be reserved to enterprises employing disadvantaged workers or people with disabilities. Public authorities can also raise the awareness of opportunities linked with public procurement towards social economy organizations and social enterprises. The social economy model is a participatory one, as it involves workers, local communities, and stakeholders and it pursues social and societal goals. The social economy business model is built around the needs of the community. It is a model based on the stakeholders' interests. It also pays attention to ensuring that its supply chains are sustainable and as much as possible local. Therefore, the social economy business model also represents an attractive form of entrepreneurship for young people. It is important to streamline and strengthen programs and actions supporting young social economy entrepreneurs and to develop specific education and skills policies. Women are highly represented in the social economy, and women entrepreneurship in social economy should also be promoted. Women also constitute the main workforce in many key sectors of the social economy, namely the social and care services. And in this regard, we need to ensure decent working conditions and remuneration in the social economy. There is untapped potential to scale social economy practices into the mainstream economy by enabling more partnership between social enterprises and mainstream companies. But also the idea of social responsibility, as well as the environmental impact, should be integrated in each company's business practices. Public authorities should consider social economy organizations as partners to improve the delivery of essential services, in particular in rural or remote areas where these needs are acute. In that respect, social economy can play an important role in closing development gaps between regions. It should be a player in the promotion of territorial cohesion. Your conference underlines the eminent role of social entrepreneurship in promoting sustainable development. Sustainable development is now fully integrated in our economic and social policies. And therefore, we have to make out of social economy an important contributor to sustainable development with all its dimensions. Today's forum on social entrepreneurship is a great opportunity to put the social economy at the heart of our collective action with the aim to build a fairer, more inclusive and sustainable society. And therefore, I thank you very much for organizing this forum, and I wish you a productive conference and an inspiring one, and certainly we will listen to your proposals, your ideas, when we are now finalizing our action plan. Thank you very much.
Благодарим много на комисар Шмидт за вдъхновяващите думи в началото на нашия.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Schmidt, for your inspiring introduction. You've raised issues which concern all of us. The extent to which social enterprises affected by the pandemic could be helped by the legislation. But not only financing is an issue, sustainable development and the possibility of these social enterprises to contribute to the national economy. This is the realm of the Ministry of Labor and Social Policy. Deputy Minister Klisurska and Deputy Minister Krstev will talk about issues related to social entrepreneurship. You know that a law was adopted several years ago, and the possibility for financing these initiatives through the European Social Fund and through the Recovery Fund will be considered. Good afternoon. To all of you, it's a pleasure to take part in this European Forum on Social Entrepreneurship and the European Conference on issues related to social entrepreneurship for sustainable development of Europe. Over the years, the European Forum on Social Entrepreneurship has proved to be a good basis, an initiative for good practices sharing, and an opportunity for all representatives and stakeholders to meet and talk about social entrepreneurship. It's a possibility to share views and challenges which are important to be solved together. As for the issues specified in today's agenda and the highlights within the National Policy for Sustainable Development and Social Entrepreneurship, as far as the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy is concerned, in the past 10 years, I'd like to assure you that these issues have been seen as a priority by our ministry. How to resolve these issues, given the hardship of the COVID pandemic, this topic cannot be ignored because it has posed serious challenges to social entrepreneurship. But this is where the practices that social enterprises could implement as flexible models to be drawn upon by conventional businesses too. So social entrepreneurship has proved its great potential to be used by conventional businesses. It is at the core of social entrepreneurship that the care and the social component are sitting to create jobs for those who are the most vulnerable on the labor market. And as Ms. Rusinova just mentioned, in 2019, the social companies and social enterprises Act was adopted with its secondary legislation, and it blazed the trail for the development of social entrepreneurship in Bulgaria. But it's only one component of social entrepreneurship that I will talk about. The Social Enterprises Registry, since the law was adopted, there have been 34 companies registered which meet the legislative requirements, 31 of which have A class and 3 are A plus class. We believe that it is very well needed to offer support and care to social entrepreneurship. And this is very thoroughly developed within the Plan for Recovery and Sustainability. My colleague, Deputy Minister Krstev, will talk about it at length. The allocation accounts for 26 million levs for support to be lent to social enterprises to carry out activities related to development of accessible and high-quality jobs and the possibilities for development of this social brand, which is put forth in the law. But this is only one highlight built in the foundations of social entrepreneurship, because there are other projects through the operational project Human Resources Development. People with disabilities should benefit from quotas in their employment, and all the entirety of social entrepreneurship has been set forth, and I'm sure that this forum will raise a plethora of questions on how to make sure that social enterprises could be more visible and easily recognized. How can we make sure that each and every employer could be aware of how important corporate social responsibility could be because all people from the vulnerable groups on the labor market are a potential for Bulgaria, given the demographic crisis that Bulgaria is faced with. We would like to hear feedback from you, and we would like to hear what else needs to be done in a more conscious manner so that we could push the development in the right direction. And let me quote by means of evidence some good practices that the Ministry of Labour and Social Policies has explored vis-a-vis social enterprises during the pandemic. Those social enterprises helped and supported people with disabilities in the more remote municipalities where there was serious unemployment rate. And those municipalities, as mentioned during the opening ceremony, those municipalities played a key role to setting up such social enterprises. It is the government and the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy to implement the legislation as a safeguard that social enterprises will continue to exist and develop. Thank you once again for this opportunity to lay the foundations for this debate, for this discussion, because this is our aim, to share views, exchange good practices, and listen to challenges and try to find solutions. I'm happy to reiterate that I am participating here to the best benefit of all of us. Thank you once again. Thank you, Ms. Klisurska, for this introduction regarding the legislation. I believe that everything that is being done by the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy is in the best interest of the citizens. And allow me to give the floor now to Deputy Minister Krstev, who will talk about the financing options. Thank you, Ms. Rusinova. I'll present standing to be able to see you all. As you know, the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, we've been working for a long time, and there is good continuity over the years, and some of the measures and programs and policies that we have been working on together over the years to become so successful is that we have good collaboration both at the level of the institutions but also in the grassroots, and the outcomes that I will present to you have been the legacy of the previous government, and I'd like to thank Ms. Rusinova for this legacy too. What I would like to draw attention to, the Commissioner put it very well. It is very important to provide for external financing. We can't count on private funding and private initiatives because the market has its own goals rather than the ones that have brought us here today to develop the solidarity of social economy. This is where the role of the government and the role of various funds, the national and the European funds come into play. The plan for recovery and sustainability, the European Social Fund, and last but not least, the use of financial tools and instruments via the structural investment funds are the instruments which make it possible to social enterprises to benefit from this earmarked support. This presentation, to a great extent, focuses on the targeted measures which target social enterprises. All the remaining sets of measures which support the businesses for job creation for qualification and retraining, for investment in better conditions of work, for adjustment of the working environment and the manufacturing processes is also accessible to social enterprises. So we're giving you specific numbers with respect to social economy, but these investments are much more considerable given the resources that we have through the European Union. What has been achieved so far? The programming period 2014-2020, we can talk about the periods before with the FAR EU programs that we worked on with Ms. Rusninova for many years. But the previous programming period, there are 65 million levs earmarked investments in social enterprises in Bulgaria, including investments in setting up new ones and support to the existing ones to make sure that there are jobs created for target groups, for the vulnerable groups, and for reducing, mitigating the risk of poverty and social exclusion. The evidence indicates that by offering these measures and support under the operational program, almost 5,000 jobs were created in the social economy of Bulgaria for a period of less than 7 years. Out of these almost 5,000 jobs, over 2,500 have proved sustainable. So, so much time after this support has ended through the European Social Fund, we continue to have 2,500 new sustainable jobs in social enterprises. You can see the list of activities: social and professional integration of vulnerable groups, training and retraining, adjustment of social marketing, building partnerships and networks. Each of us has been aware of very good examples, very good practices with their own brand, with their own vision and their bespoke approach to job creation, and they have developed a standard for a social company to work and survive. And I have my personal observations. These social companies in Bulgaria may even be called to be better than their European counterparts. And we hope to benefit from all potential approaches through specific beneficiaries or network approaches with involving all stakeholders, with the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy and its agencies, but also by lending directly support to you and specialized companies or to the municipalities. I think we have a common understanding that the social economy in Bulgaria has a future only if all stakeholders join forces to develop in the same direction, as Deputy Minister Klisurska put it before. You can see the focus of support, human resources in a social enterprise. You know that each policy within the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy draws on the people. This has always been the main focus of the measures that we've been implementing. And apart from creating jobs and offering qualification, the specific measures which are supported for specialized companies, and we do not give this to other companies, because transfer of experience and building such networks have proved extremely successful in the near future. The evaluation that was carried out of the execution of the two operational programs for the 2007, 2013 and 2014 to 2020 indicated clearly that the European Social Fund, which has become the single source for financing these policies, has contributed to changing the situation of social enterprise in Bulgaria. This is not enough. We are quite aware of that, and we are aware that additional support through the national budget is needed. As far as the next programming period is concerned, let me tell you that as of today, we have completed the negotiations with the European Commission for the new operational program, and the informal negotiations are expected to end next week. This is our deadline that we have with our colleagues from the European Commission. Our focus in the program, which will have 3.7 billion levs, the main directions are supported. Support for entering the market, support to the permanently unemployed, to the young people. But mind you, within the second priority axis, there is more consider significant financing, 1.6 billion to be spent on activities in the social sector, including job creation for people with disabilities, people from marginalized groups, for vulnerable groups such as the Roma, etc. The challenges that have been identified with your support included through the nationally represented groups in the technical working group are well seen. Poor visibility of social enterprises. This is a challenge that we should work on together. We have some ideas within the ministry. We will allocate funds for giving the brand of social company, or for executing awareness campaigns, because the Bulgarian consumer should know that there is such an entity, Bulgarian social companies, which produce good quality, efficiently, Bulgarian good quality products, but they do it not only to make money, but to support over 30,000 Bulgarians who are faced with a difficult situation. The poor competitiveness and their low profits that these companies have mean that the government should intervene using all its capacity, but the social economy has its great potential. I will not repeat what you can see. It came from the grassroots, and this potential should be unfolded, and it can be achieved through a number of initiatives in a series of activities which you see listed on the screen. Mainly, this means support for creation of jobs, for job retention, for qualification of staff, for introducing new technologies, so that we can have the digital transition, which can affect the whole country without leaving anyone behind. Capacity building within the social enterprises. Currently, the allocations for the currently existing companies are 20 million levs. Support to small and medium-sized companies. All these measures, I'm afraid the sound is very bad. I'm afraid the interpreters in the booth don't get any sound. We have built on offering 2 new projects. And as for social investments, we have increased the sum by another 60%. Within the plan for recovery and sustainability, there have been hubs proposed for provision of all ancillary services. I'm saying all this because everything is in our hands. We will give a chance to all.
Навик ми е понякога, но оставаме на ваше разположение за въпроси и за уточнения и разбира се за бъдеща съвместна работа. Благодаря ви за вниманието.
I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Deputy Minister Krstev. The floor is open for questions. I'm convinced that the organizers will make sure that all the important topics be covered. So we should first consider what the skills of the people with disabilities should be so that they could survive a crisis of the one that we are faced with, and to see what prospects the European legislation for data management could ensure with respect to cybersecurity, confidentiality. It's my pleasure to give the floor now to Mr. Christian. I think Christian Dcuna, because digitalization and social economies are something to be yet implemented as part of the transition to digitalization of the economy. It'll be our pleasure to hear him. The 2 deputy ministers should go, unfortunately, so they would like to be excused. Let's give the floor now to Mr. Dcuna.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. To the National Union of the Worker Producers Cooperatives, and the organising committee for the kind invitation to be part of this important conference. The EU's data economy is worth about 350 billion euros. And data processing is growing exponentially. At the same time, we're seeing a proliferation of connected devices and machines in factories, homes, and our shared environment. OECD research indicates that companies that invest in data-driven innovation and data analytics grow faster by as much as 10% compared with others that don't. Currently, however, a small number of big tech firms hold a large part of the world's data, and only about 8% of companies are realizing the value of the data they hold. 80% of industrial data is collected but never used. This the growth of European data-driven businesses, including social enterprises. This second wave of industrial data means that the potential for boosting a sustainable data economy is enormous. The rapid growth of data volumes and technological change mean that the winners of today are not necessarily the winners of tomorrow. Data is used to reshape the way we produce, consume, and entertain ourselves. But data has also become critical to achieving the Green Deal objectives on global warming and biodiversity loss. To be resilient, it is now imperative to close knowledge gaps, support innovation, develop solutions, and customize for local interventions. For instance, better access to data could have mitigated the human and financial losses caused by extreme weather in Europe over the last 20 years, including this summer. And in public health, data could have improved the effectiveness of lockdown measures during the COVID-19 pandemic. So Europe has everything to play for, building on its excellent legal framework in terms of data protection, fundamental rights and security, its large internal market, and its strong industrial base. The EU's data strategy aims to address market distortions arising from the unfair data-related and other practices of the gatekeeper platforms. It's about creating a genuine single market for data, where businesses have better access to high-quality data, and individuals and companies maintain control of the data they generate. This is a concerted effort with the data strategy by the EU to create the legal framework and investment needed to ensure a single market for data. In terms of the legal framework, the Digital Markets Act proposal will oblige gatekeeper platforms to ensure data portability is a reality for their business users and end users. The Data Governance Act proposal, or DGA, is meant to promote voluntary data sharing by means of trusted intermediaries. And we adopted in the Commission the DGA because we want to develop common European data spaces in key sectors as an innovative way to achieve the objectives outlined just now. The DGA provides for the first time a framework for citizen-driven data altruism and for individuals to have control over their own data through personal information management systems known as PIMs. To support this, the EU is investing a total of 4 to 6 billion in a high-impact project on European data spaces and federated cloud infrastructures, encompassing data sharing architectures and governance mechanisms. The Commission is supporting trustworthy and green European Cloud Federation, interconnecting centralized and distributed or edge computing infrastructure and data services. We also intend to adopt rules unlocking high-value data sets held by the public sector so that these data can be put to work for the wider economy. Finally, the Data Act proposal, the last legislative deliverable of the 2020 data strategy, will aim to ensure a more balanced distribution of data value, economic, social and environmental, across all actors in the data economy. And the Data Act will do this through clarifying rights and removing obstacles to data access and data sharing, while preserving incentives to invest in data generation. This aim includes several key objectives. First, we will help ensure all EU businesses are in a position to innovate and compete through access to the data that they need. Second, the Data Act will enable consumers to take control of their data. Third, it will equip public bodies learning lessons from the pandemic to tackle big policy challenges, including major emergencies. The Data Governance Act and the Digital Markets Act are now being negotiated by the European Parliament and the Council. They are making good, steady progress. The Data Act proposal is still in preparation, but we hope to present it before the end of this year. We have received over 400 responses to the public consultation on the Data Act over the summer, which we are now analysing carefully as part of the impact assessment of the various options for intervention. What is clear to stakeholders and to us in the Commission is that doing nothing is not an option. We need to start making data work for people in Europe, for consumers and for social enterprises, as well as for our common interests. And that is at the heart of the data strategy. So I look forward to the discussion and thank you very much for your attention.
Благодарим много на
Thank you very much, Mr. Decona, for this particularly interesting input. And we hope to have EU legislation very soon so as to transpose them locally, because the issue of handling data, especially the sensitive data, this is a very important issue, and thank you very much for focusing on that. With this, I believe it is worth moving on to the next very interesting topic, Mr. Patrick Klein, who is Head of Sector Social Economy and Social Entrepreneurship with the European Commission. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind invitation to participate in your conference. I regret that I cannot be there physically with you today, but I remember my visit in Sofia. This was during the Bulgarian presidency some year ago, where I could enjoy your fair and discuss with many of the exhibitors. What I understood from such visits is that many people worked long and hard to boost social enterprise and cooperative in the country, and they wanted their company to have a real social impact. And indeed, social enterprise, cooperative contributes to the delivery of many EU policy goals in areas such as unemployment, affordable childcare, green economy, and this is what Commissioner Schmidt just said in his welcome remarks. Today, I think that more than ever, we need the social economy to be at the heart of our society. And during the time of the pandemic, the demand for social economy has never been greater. We have seen throughout Europe that social economy organizations, social enterprises have been really a trust partner, really operating at the forefront of the crisis. They had to address urgent sanitary and social needs. This demonstrated, I would say, that they adapted to challenging circumstances, challenging times. And I personally heard how much solidarity and creativity many of them have shown during the past months, from helping to start up production of medical equipment to adapting to the new realities. There are many success stories throughout Europe, but we should not forget one thing, that these actors, you know, have been strongly hit by the crisis. Many social enterprises lost customers, they are now fragile, financially speaking, and some of them had to close their activity. But what is important is that this COVID-19 crisis should help us to rebuild better our economy. The agenda that we have in the Commission is important. And what we need to do, especially in order to achieve the sustainable development goals, we need to look at development strategies that put people at the heart. And social economy models can play this role. They promote inclusive and sustainable development through concrete social, institutional, technological innovation and practices. I think, and this is what Commissioner Schmidt said, that social economy is really an excellent example of an economy that works for the people. We need to boost sustainability in our agenda. We have to make the green and digital transitions, you know, socially just. And the magnitude of the crisis makes it more urgent to adapt our priorities, our way of living, consuming. We need to have, you know, a greater sense of collective interest. And we need to think about barriers, bottlenecks that hamper social economy organization and social enterprises to grow and flourish on our continent. What is important is that we need to help them to become a real pillar of our transformation into a greener economy that is really fit for the digital age. In few words, we must turn these big challenges that we have in front of us into opportunities. So, ladies and gentlemen, boosting the potential of the social economy to create jobs, complement the provision of social services, care, is important. It's important because we need really to put people at the heart of our agenda. What is important as well is that we need to think about social justice, protection. This is what we are going to do. We are now reflecting about the preparation and the release of our European Social Economy Action Plan in the coming weeks. And this action plan will seek to enable conditions for the social economy across Europe. And we will help member states to set up the right framework condition for the social enterprises to grow. We will have, and again, Commissioner Schmidt mentioned this, in his intervention, we will have, to work on sustainable growth, accessible services. We will work on skills. We need to boost industrial transformation as well, address environmental challenges, and strengthen community. We need to reflect on access to finance. We need to see how we can boost access to market as well, scale up social innovation to increase visibility. We have been working for months to prepare this action plan, and today I take the opportunity to particularly thank the Bulgarian contribution to the discussion. This is key. It's key to listen to the stakeholders, key to listen to public authorities to create an action plan that will work. Again, what is important is that we need to have a vision for the social economy and its place in industrial transformation. Early May 2021, in spring, the European Commission updated its industrial strategy and introduced a new approach based on industrial ecosystem, gathering public, private actors, large and small companies connected along value chain in different member states. Among them, we have the ecosystem, proximity, social economy, and civil security. We have already seen in our annual single market report the first analysis of the multiple challenges faced by this industrial ecosystem. And I think that what is important here is that we need to see the transformative initiative already undertaken to achieve the green and digital transition to increase resilience. And we are going to work again with stakeholders. We are going to create what we call a transition pathway, for the different ecosystem. Such pathway will offer a
Може би някакъв проблем с връзката има. За съжаление се разпадна връзката на...
I'm terribly sorry, the connection went dead. A very interesting, and for us it would be rather interesting to see what this action plan on social economy would look like, and the opportunities for transition and digitalization. Our colleagues are currently checking the connection. Unfortunately, this is part of the large challenge involved in using internet connection for the participants. But this allows us to hold such conferences and forums to exchange practices, to be able to discuss debate issues that are of concern for all of us. Probably the next speaker might be involved, probably Mr. Matisse, Director, Operative Europe. And if Mr. Klein, in the meantime, gets connected, that would be nice.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ruzinova, for giving me the floor. I must say that after now 1 year and a half nearly of pandemic, I'm still not used to take the floor in front of so many people and being in fact in front of a screen and not being able to be with you today. I had several times the opportunity to come to Sofia to visit the cooperative movement and participate to some social economic conference. And as said by Patrick, I'm always very astonished by the dynamism and all the activity that you are undertaking. And my name is Agnès Matisse. I am the director of Cooperatives Europe, and now I will try to test the technology and sharing my screen to make my presentation with the support of slides. Apparently, it's not possible. I have a message telling me that it's not possible, but it's not an issue. I mean, like, I don't absolutely need the slides to make my presentation. In fact, what I'm going to do is to very briefly present Cooperative Europe, the organization, and what are the key challenges that currently cooperative enterprise as key social economy actors are facing. And after, I would like to share with you a small ideas and reaction regarding the recent development in social economy sector. So, what is Cooperatives Europe? Cooperatives Europe is the business organization representing all cooperatives across the European region. And when I say the European region, it's not only the European Union, but it's also other countries, other movements from, for example, from Russia, from Turkey, from Israel. And in fact, this large membership enables us to really tackle all the issues that currently cooperative and some other social economy actors are facing in their development. So altogether, we represent approximately 176,000 cooperative enterprises from all sectors, all sizes, and they are providing jobs to more than 4 million citizens. So I mean, cooperatives don't count for nothing. I mean, they're quite important in the economic development. And within Cooperatives Europe, we are in fact the European region of a broader organization called the International Cooperative Alliance, which is active worldwide, meaning that we have contact also with South America, Africa, and Asia Pacific. Our structure as membership is quite diverse because we have, of course, national cooperative organizations. We have also European sectoral organization, and among them there is the SECOP, which is a European organization of cooperative active in industry and services. And I think that the president of this organization will make a very interesting presentation in a few minutes. And we also have sectorial organizations from countries. And from Bulgaria, we have the pleasure to have among us the National Union of Worker Cooperatives, CCU, but also the Central Cooperative Bank. And with all these members, in fact, we are promoting and targeting mainly the European institutions, but also the national government, and in partnership also with other organizations that I would call sister organizations like Social Economy Europe, whose president will take the floor also in a few minutes. But also other business organizations, such like Business Europe and SME United, because we are part of the economy and we are not isolated among all the actors at the European level. So we are representing enterprise whose main characteristic is that they are owned by men and women. And we have a governance that is representative of this diversity. And by the way, I have the pleasure to inform those of you who are not aware that during our last General Assembly on Friday, we elected our new president, which is a chairwoman, representing the cooperative sector from Denmark. So what are our main activities? I mean, it's not going to be very surprising. We are very much involved in advocacy, in order to promote the plurality of business forms across Europe. We communicate to raise awareness about the cooperative business model and also other social economy enterprise. And we promote inter-cooperation among cooperatives by implementing several programs financed by Erasmus+, for example. And it's a way for us to attract, I was going to say, new actors within our membership and our partners. We are working a lot with universities, with the youth network, which is very important for all the movement, and also with some developers and support services for cooperative and other social economy enterprise. So here I had a very nice slide presenting the context in which we are developing all these activities. Of course, Commissioner Schmidt mentioned the twin transition, mentioning the green energy and the digitalization. And in fact, in these two sectors, there is a very strong dynamism among cooperatives and other social economy actors. Not to mention only the renewable energy cooperative network, which is developing a lot currently in some countries. We have also activities on fair food cooperative that are demonstrating that locally transformation of food is possible, and responding there to at the same time an ecological need, but also a social need. Regarding digitalization, there is a development of cooperative platform involved in collaborative economy. And also it's a topic that will be developed later on, where cooperative are a lot involved in not only the sense to provide to customers new product in a new way, but also programs in order to help their workers and to participate to this digital transition. But of course, all this development is currently going on in still the, I was going to say, the atmosphere of the COVID. The COVID-19 is unfortunately not behind us. Otherwise, I can tell you I would be among you in Bulgaria. But we are still impacted by the direct effect and the long-term effect. Patrick, in his presentation, demonstrated a little bit how the social economy enterprise and the cooperative were resilient and and active in solidarity in the framework of this impact of the COVID. However, some sectors are particularly impacted. The cultural sector, some social services, the tourism sectors, and so it's something on which at the same time we had a strong resilience because we were acting in solidarity, but also the impact of short-term and long-term is still there. But in all this context, what is our main strengths? And I think our main strengths are social economy enterprise and cooperative is the fact, are three factors in fact. The first one is that we have people-centered business model, meaning that we have a link with the society, that we know how we can respond to the need of men and women in their everyday life. The second point is that we have the capacity to react and to anticipate because we have a long-term vision. And it's very important because we are not with the objective of short-term return, but really thinking about the next generation. And that's why, for example, the renewable energy cooperative, in fact, developed their activities already 30 years ago and not recently because of the big interest of the green economy. And of course, I think it was developed several times by speakers in this fair previous years. We have a sustainable and qualitative development because we care, as I say, for the next generation. So all these elements, these strengths, help us to be very active in specific topics. Mainly the entrepreneurship policy, because we are a member, for example, of the SME Envoy network, where we promote and express the position of social economy enterprise. And we still have a lot to do in that perspective, and I will detail a little bit later on why. We are active, of course, on social economy, obviously, on education and on gender balance, where our specific working group is developed several actions in order not only to promote the women entrepreneurship, but to see how a gender balance, not focusing only on women, but really on a gender balance, is a good element for a long-term perspective, not only for a society, but also for the companies. So recently there was a lot of positive step forward regarding social economy. Of course, the first point I would like to mention is the action plan for social economy. It was mentioned several times by Patrick, by Commissioner Schmidt, and it's really an action plan that would and should create some interest, not only among the social economy movement, but outside also. It will raise interest, and it will a little bit maybe constrain some member states to have a look on the social economy enterprise, what they can present to the society, and what they can also, how they can collaborate to the recovery following the COVID-19. The new positive step forward also is a very strong member state interest and actions. I mean, I think it was Patrick who mentioned the social economy with its own ecosystem. So it means that all the member states now have a look on social economy, and anyway, there is an interest regarding social economy. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, there was the adoption of the Luxembourg Declaration signed by some representative of member states, and now there is a core group of member states that we could call them friends of social economy, who are regularly meeting and presenting declaration. And I presume Juan Antonio will maybe speak about it, because it's true that social economy Europe is one of the key coordinator, if I may say, of this initiative that is very much interested. But it's not only an interest for the members today. There are action, there are new law for social economy. I think the minister, sorry if I didn't remember his name, a few minutes ago presented some action that are really concrete for the social economy enterprise regarding financing, for example, and that's very, very interesting. There is also a new dynamism in the whole society regarding social economy enterprise and cooperative. There is really, I can say, action aiming at elevating social objectives within economic activities. And to mention an example, recently in a Belgian newspaper, there is, during 2 or 3 weeks, every day, there was a presentation of cooperative activities, a cooperative enterprise, to demonstrate that now people know about cooperative and social economy, and they want to develop them. And it's sometimes a little bit beyond the classical cooperative and social economy movement. And the other point that is very important also is that in the evaluation of the social economy and cooperative, there is now a bigger interest not only on their action as economic tool, but also as social actors. Still, we are still facing the usual challenges that I think are described quite regularly. We need a better knowledge of social economy enterprise, which means that we need appropriate data, because if you, as we always say, if you're not able to present how economic and social weight you are not taken into account. We need a level playing field between social economy and cooperative and other forms of enterprise in order to develop our activity at the same level and the fairness. And for that, it's still necessary to remove some legal barriers that are currently creating unjustified constraints for the cooperative and social economy entrepreneurs. We need also to have the support of high-quality programs. We, as Cooperative Europe, as I say, are participating to different Erasmus Plus program and Horizon 2020, and we notice how important these programs are to promote and to better know about cooperative, but also to capture some new actors that then discover how social economy and cooperative can be a plus for their everyday life. And there is, of course, a classical challenge that was addressed by a representative of the minister a few minutes ago, which is a financial challenge. And here I think we should really, in each member state, promote the innovative solutions that can be suggested and proposed by the cooperative and social economy sectors, having specific fund, having also cooperative platform to share project and help the financing of this project. So there is a lot of ideas that we need to promote and exchange between us. However, we also have some, what I consider to be new challenges. The first one will be to capture and to maintain the interest in social economy. From time to time, the Commission has new concepts, and I don't know if you remember, a few years ago, there was an old issue, the whole development about corporate social responsibility. There were specific forums. Everyone was talking about the corporate social responsibility. And now there is less interest, and I wouldn't like the social economy to be considered like at one point a tool that deserves to be developed. I think really social economy is a solution for long-term challenges that European is facing, and we are part of the economy. We are an actor, and we deserve to be maintained so. It's also very important to avoid the confusion between concepts, because now, as we speak more of social economy, we capture interest of what we usually call the classical or other economy, enterprise, sorry. And for example, some project, for some projects, we need to maintain our working together. And finally, we have to avoid the effect. And now I finish, I'm sorry.
Yes, if you can finish, because we have also other
speakers.
Thank you.
I'm finished now.
Yes. Thank you very much. Беше много интересно, господин.
It was very interesting, Ms. Mattis, for the context of corporative Europe. And now, allow me to give the floor to data management. Giuseppe Guerini.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to everyone. Thank you again for this very interesting conference. Well, the year 2021 may be remembered as the European Year of Social Economy. And so I think that this conference about the role of social entrepreneurship for European sustainable development is actually the right time in the right time. This is not only because there have been many initiatives promoted by the European institution on the social economy this year, from the Porto conference in the March month about social economy and the creation of jobs, to Mannheim summit in May, and to European Council dedicated to the European social pillar in May in Porto. And also, European Forum confirmed this progress during this year. This is also the year in which, as the title of conference reminds us, the future of the European social economy will be redesigned through the action plan for the social economy, which many speakers mentioned in all previous intervention. The context of this action plan is therefore very important, with three major strategic actions for the future of Europe. The first one is the new Green Deal for ecological transition and the fight against climate change. The second one is the European strategy for digitalization transition. And the third is the single market that works for people and enterprises. Is the new single market for the European Union. This confirms that sustainability is not a question of ecology on the green economy, but it means taking care of our future by finding a development model capable to converting the course of the economy and the global politics. And here in Brussels, in the European Economic and Social Committee, and also in the cooperative movement, we are very involved about that. And so it is essential that the two major priorities in which the European Union is committed to promote the transition for green economy and for a European leadership in digital innovation, we need to be put on the same level of attention as the social dimension to promote a really concrete social pillar, but also a real concrete action plan for social economy. For this reason, the Europe of the future must simultaneously push forward three pillars. technological innovation, green economy, and social justice. And I believe that is the time for intergenerational responsibility at all levels. It is time to look beyond on immediate horizon. It is time to stop the extractive development model that has produced too many inequality and poverty around the world and in Europe too. This is time to bring a social economy principle between economy, institution, and policy maker. This is the time to build a more social, more innovative, more greener Europe, but above all, a new Europe without inequality. That is the main question, because we need an evolution of our social economy in Europe. We will try to give you a look at a perspective for innovation we can expect in the near future. The social economy is increasing, recognized as decisive and important economic player, capable to expressing the transformative capacity of organized civil society with its entrepreneurial dimension and its propensity to generate economic value and produce increasingly consolidated services. Many countries around Europe have adopted legislation recognizing and generally interest objective of social economy organization. For example, in SICOP, we had managed research about legislation, a comparison for legislation in Europe. You can find this research or in your internet site in SICOP. However, it has not yet been possible to reach an agreement on a standard legal definition at European level to allow social economy organization with a productive and an entrepreneurial vocation oriented toward the general interest and the creation and management of common good to have a full and clear position and recognition in legal terms. But to reach a more adequate knowledge on the social economy organization, it is fundamental to improve the data base for an adequate census of a very complex and varied phenomenon in Europe, in order to improve the comparability of data and dimension in the social economy organization, especially to highlight their innovative economic role on sustainable development. Improve our data set and our skill in data management, a social economy organization, is now an indispensable responsibility for every social economy organization. And it's a very big challenge that we must take on in social economy organization, but also in the European institution to improve data set about social economy. For that, it's the time to raise the level and the quality of recognition the social economy at European level, and I hope that the action plan announced by the European Commission is a very good opportunity to work on common definition and a common data set about social economy enterprise. We know that the value generated by social economy organization is very significant in terms of its size. It represented 8% of European GDP, but also in terms of persistence in the service provided for the citizen. And also during the financial crisis in 2008, 2014, and more in these last 2 years during the pandemic, with an extraordinary example of commitment and solidarity. Also in Bulgaria, I know that many social cooperative work about to convert your production to provide, for example, masks for people. So it's a very good capacity for European social economy organization. Even more relevant is the role in creating and maintaining employment. Almost 14 million jobs in Europe are managed by social economy organization. And so the heritage that the social economy brings to Europe is manifested by the commitment on the 232 million members of cooperatives and mutual society who are present in local community, city and rural area in all European countries. A large percentage of employers are found in organizations with participatory democratic governance, which show a correlation between a broad stakeholder participation in governance and a propensity to maintain a level of employment. And so the social economy know how to interpret it and monitor change in society without losing sight of the solidarity dimension, which is essential to ensure that development is inclusive and does not increase inequality. Cooperatives are one of the most common forms of social economy organization for providing many services in Europe. We hear Agnès Matisse tell us the role for the general cooperative around the Europe. Now is particularly interested the role that the social economy enterprises, in particular worker cooperative, can play in making the new form of entrepreneurship create through digital platform to make more inclusive this platform, digital platform. The cooperative can make the participation of worker and user more sustainable and shared, developing a new form of mutuality and solidarity through digital technology capable to promoting and spread participation in this organization. For this reason, social economy organization need to acquire skill and capacity to exploit the potential of digital technology to facilitate the horizontal distribution of power and enable accessible, decentralized and transparent form of collective participation. To meet this challenge, social economy organization must take full responsibility for training and inform their members and workers, because without adequate skill and significant investment in training for digital transformation, we risk simply adapting our organization and workers an instrumental use of new technology. We must be aware that is not a question of computerizing work, but of radically transforming the culture and organization of work to adopt a digital way of thinking in order to be able to implement and manage in the manner typical of this social economy, the main driver of social transformation as data. We hear the talk about the Data Governance Act. This is a very, very important question. We must ensure that we can seize an opportunity offered by the European Commission with the Data Governance Act. In this initiative, we specifically mention about data cooperatives and also the non-profit organization for the altruistic management of data. This is an exceptional way of working for social economy organization, so that we can continue to play our role in democratization of digital economy. There are, therefore, many reasons to insist that the European institutions adopt the action plan that truly recognize the role of the social economy as key play in the reshaping and making the European single market and its development model even more equitable, sustainable, but also safeguarding and developing the very essence of European political democracy. In the light of this potential, it's evident, therefore, I believe, that in order to give new impetus to contribution to this organization to construct of a more social, resilient and inclusive Europe, we need a specific support to promotion policy adopted by institutions in 4 areas. We need specifically taxation, we need special investment, we need business policy and innovation supported by institutions. And so, social economy organizations are a very transformative force, proposing a vision and a project for Europe, taking responsibility for countering the degradation resulting from the economic model based on inequality. We can stop the economy of inequality and we can promote an economy more equitative, more inclusive for people in Europe. Thank you very much for your attention. Благодаря, and see you in the next year, I hope, for the next forum. Thank you very much.
Благодаря много. Наистина се надяваме следващия форум да бъде наживо и да имате възможност да...
Thank you very much. We do hope that the next forum will be held live and you will have the opportunity to travel. So we look forward to seeing the plan of the European Commission vis-à-vis the social economy. I'd like to give the floor now to the last 2 presenters. First, Mr. Juan Antonio Pedreño, President of Social Economy Europe.
Y compañeras y compañeros, como esta mañana están interviniendo, como el comisario Nicolas Schmit, como mi querido amigo Giuseppe Guerini, presidente de CECOP, o Patrick Klein o Agnès Matif, como Cooperativas Europa, y posteriormente Luca Pastorelli. Creo que está demostrándose que todos juntos estamos trabajando para seguir avanzando y promoviendo la economía social en el conjunto de Europa. Juntos...
The gentleman is speaking in Spanish and we do not have interpretation from Spanish language, unfortunately.
Estamos a muy pocas semanas de que la Comisión Europea presente su Plan de Acción Europeo de Economía Social. Lo va a hacer el 8 de diciembre de este mismo año. Si todo, tal como ha comentado el comisario, si todo evoluciona según lo previsto. Un plan de acción que pretende, que trata de impulsar las condiciones propicias para la economía social en toda Europa y que un plan que quiere ayudar a los gobiernos a crear más puestos de trabajo, quiere contribuir a crear una sociedad más justa. Creo que existe un convencimiento generalizado y compartido que la economía social es un excelente ejemplo de economía que trabaja para las personas, como dice la jefa de unidad Ana Athanasopoulos y como venimos diciendo los diferentes representantes de la economía social europea y de las diferentes organizaciones. Y en este contexto, nuestra labor desde Social Economy Europe es defender y promover los elementos y las políticas que, en nuestra opinión, harán del plan de acción un éxito para la economía social y para el conjunto de la Unión Europea. un plan de acción que tiene que servir de apoyo a los países y a las administraciones públicas de Europa y también de toda nuestra vecindad, todos los países que deseen desarrollar políticas públicas y legislación para promover la economía social, para promover un crecimiento sostenible y para abordar los retos medioambientales, digitales e industriales desde este modelo de empresa. En definitiva, un plan de acción que, respetando nuestra diversidad cultural y nuestra diversidad de formas jurídicas, sea capaz de consolidar un concepto europeo de economía social. Algo parecido a esto a nivel global y precisamente en cooperación con la Unión Europea está haciendo la OCDE. Hace tan solo unos días su secretario general, Matthias Cormann, anunció que la OCDE trabaja en unos principios rectores de economía social que servirán de base global para la elaboración de leyes y de políticas públicas. No se trata de una imposición, que no tendría ningún sentido y que además competencialmente es imposible. Se trata de una recomendación basada en una perspectiva global, en el intercambio de experiencias entre países.
We are talking about regulations that could be implemented globally and be relevant to all of us entrepreneurs. Social economy is deeply embedded in our projects, and we will be participating in the drafting of such a bill in the realm of social economy. This is relevant for Brazil, France, Korea, Mexico, Canada. It's an alliance of social economy as an international union of single market for social economy. We have worked for an action plan that can improve the lives of the people through a single European platform which provides access to all based on feasibility studies and exploration of financial instruments. This makes Europe the capital of social economy, the champion of social economy. This should be the goal of Europe, a continuous policy that should account for the fact that the action plan with a social economy should be in support of our values, those of social economy, through investments, through the social funds of the European Union. For the next generation of fund, European funds for all alliances. It's a project for social economy that could be much more inclusive and much more sustainable, so that the social economy could be understandably seen as the model of the future economy. In order to achieve those goals of a social economy on a single market that can bring back wealth and sustain well-being of everyone, it is important to lend support to these countries. A lot of our companies experience serious hardships. They are vulnerable people, people with disabilities. However, they should be given the chance to be included on the single market. Similarly, we hope that at least in the next 5-year period, this instrument should become operational. In cooperation with all the organizations which are on the social economy. Thank you very much for this forum. Thank you very much for being able to work together to the best interest of the people with disabilities so that they could see fulfillment of their potential. Next month we'll be very busy. We will work very hard with the European institutions on social economy, and we expect to achieve a lot. I wish you all success. This is a brilliant forum. I would like to end by quoting the motto. We will release a social economy. There will be no limits. Thank you very much for listening. Best of luck to your forum and the best of luck to your social economy. Thank you, Mr. Pedreño, for this encouragement. We can see how important the plan for the European Commission is, and the last intervention for the day is related on this panel is related to the link between social entrepreneurship and the transition to the Green Deal. Ms. Stasia Constantini, senior expert with the DSIS network.
Hi, hello everyone. Thanks for the invitation for this relevant conference. I am Anastasia Costantini. I'm replace our president Luca Pastorelli. In DSIS, I'm responsible for the research area, and the DSIS network is one of the broadest European networks specializing in supporting the social economy, social entrepreneurship, and social innovation. And we put great value on our 41 members organization, and we cover 20 European and neighbor countries in Europe. And we are like a sort of network, because we are acting as a unique ecosystem and collaborate closer with our members representing the major national federation and the national support network of social economy. From my perspective as a researcher, I would give you a sort of perspective from the ground. In the last year, we focused our attention on understanding how and why social entrepreneurship can contribute to the sustainable development and the twin transition. And we are experiencing nowadays this transition. And we would like to start with the two main considerations. There are two broad characteristics of social economy organization that are interesting when we consider the sustainable development, the values and the structure. The generation of profit is secondary to their social aims, and their democratic structure provide a characteristic feature in comparison to the profit business. So pursuing sustainable development requires participation and the development of a sense of community and social cohesion. So this twin transition about digital and green is not only a matter of job sector, and it cannot be separated from civil society awareness and sustainable environmental sustainability. The sustainable development can blend technological innovation with social and environment improvement into an economic model that is socially inclusive and equitable, and that places more emphasis on human well-being, preserving our planet and our resources. In the last decade, the social economy has played a significant role in several key EU objectives, including smart, sustainable, and inclusive growth. So the matter is about how social entrepreneurship can seize the opportunity in this green and digital transition. In the last year, thanks to our large network, we conduct several mapping of good practice in different fields of action, like digital, social economy, cooperative platform, creative cultural industry, food system, or also rural development. And from this analysis, we would share with you just few key elements that are present in all this experience related to social entrepreneurship and sustainable development that can be seen as an insight for the transition towards sustainable development. The first was that the social entrepreneurship can foster inclusive and equitable local development and delivering service. Now, for instance, we can see one of the cases in the community-based social enterprise that are the characteristics by operating in a defined geographical location or community and might enhance endogenous potential with economic sustainability and environmental sustainability, are able to create a network among local community authorities and give and provide multiple services, especially in the rural area. And for instance, we have one of the good practice that we collect was Teatro Povero, an Italian community cooperative born in a village with just over 200 inhabitants, and they reshaped them and revitalized the area starting from the cultural service, so creating a sort of theater. After that, in 10 years, they are now a sort of point of reference of the community, and they have 2 restaurants, they have some healthcare, basic healthcare service, small library, other tourist service. So it plays a sort of intermediary between the local community and also the external networks, and gives solutions that are tailor-made to the characteristic and the particular area. And this element is a key factor for contributing in the social development. Another key aspect is the potential of the emerging and diversified economy, like the creative and cultural sphere, creative economy, artisan, pop-up culture, heritage, all this economy within the social entrepreneurship can be an asset to the development of the territory, and especially to attract young people and to create a job, especially for them. And this is also in line, for instance, with the new initiative in the framework of the Green Deal about the new European Bauhaus. And moreover, the combination between the creative cultural industry and the social economy enterprise can have a strategic link and a significant spillover effect on the region and or on our cities. The third point is related to what we see in the ground in this social entrepreneur that would like to go through the sustainable development is innovation and opportunity. We found interesting case in digital social economy, in cooperative platform, but also in the green social entrepreneurship. The green social entrepreneur could play a critical role as an innovator of the community to change the structure of the community, but also a sort of to maintain the sustainable and environmental aspect of the resource. The green social entrepreneur do not focus only on the most immediate problem, but seek to understand the context to develop a long-term solution. And also in this case, we saw a lot of young entrepreneurship that was involved in this process to keep both social and green aspect in their startup, in their enterprise. And also this can be a really, really interesting and important factor to promote not only the sustainable development of our territory, but more inclusive and green job, especially for the youth. The last point that I would like to share with you that we saw during this deeply research that we did in these several years is the network-based approach of the social economy enterprise in general. All the case studies that we analyze are based on the creation of networks that be considered a powerful tools since it combines two important aspects: to be grounded at local level and to be powerful and connected to globally. The network gives the possibility to develop many activities, like a sort of multiplier effect, to develop skills, capacity building, and the testing innovative approach. Exchange of best practice, give technical support and facilitate access to financial and professional opportunity. So also the network-based approach that is so close and so familiar for the social economy organization provide a model to share information and even to build together the sustainable development and this twin transition with our community. So in that sense, social entrepreneurship can be considered a role model for give a local contribute with this special role that the social entrepreneurship can have, that is between the local and super-regional and national level.
Благодаря много на господин.
Thank you very much, Ms. Constantine, for your input. I believe that the aspects you touched upon regarding green economy and the examples that you gave will contribute to the very substantial inputs in our today's session. I believe that we don't have questions raised. I believe now it's time to have a break and to network. I believe that this is the time to exchange practices, to exchange views, to debate. I believe that here the new initiatives have been at the core of all presentations, and the action plan that is about to be issued by the European Commission regarding social economy will be transposed in the context of national economies. And we believe that it will be supported by European funding. I believe employment, exchange of good practices with Italy, digitalization, all these are topics of interest to all of us that work in this area. And these are the topics that we discussed at the level of the Economic and Social Council of the country. And we'll be happy to hear your feedback on these issues so that we can take it further and via development of ideas present them to the National Assembly in the next year. Today is the International Heart Day. I wish you to be loved, to love your job, what you do, because what you do is very important. And your presence here is an indication of how important is social entrepreneurship perceived by the population. I wish you the best of luck and all the best.